Pretty good. Transport 3345 Heavy, maintain 7,000, wind 260 at 15, runway 26 right, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 26 right, cleared for takeoff. I maintain 7,000, Air Transport 3345 Heavy.
Again, this flight heading to Honolulu, converted 767-300ER, old passenger plane. Heading to Paradise here from Ontario, California. Line it up, runway 26 right.
Transport 3345 Heavy, contact SoCal, Clark, stay flat.
SoCal, Transport 3345 Heavy, thanks, see ya.
We will see ya. The Southwest 737 now heading over to Terminal 4. This flight coming in from Sacramento, flight 3325, it's 737-800. Of course, we are here for a big day here on Ontario, welcoming Starlux. Coming in from Taipei, the A350-900. Going to be arriving just about an hour from now. let me try to go on camera here. It is windy out here in the IE. Go figure, it was windy the last time we were here. Of course, today it's a little bit warmer than it was the last time we were here at Ontario a few weeks ago. Welcome back to Ontario here on Airline Videos Live. We're giving you airside access once again. So sit back, relax, enjoy this little extra live stream here from Southern California. Of course, we're here for Starlux. Let me give you an update on that. The A350-900 coming in from Taipei. By the way, beating China Airlines. It's flight 10, 1 hour and 6 minutes out. Scheduled arrival time was 5:05 p.m. Scheduled estimated arrival time was 4:55 p.m. We also have China Airlines Flight 24 coming in from Taipei as well. That is 1 hour and 54 minutes away. So sit back, relax. We got you covered. Oh, okay. 1 second here. Have a Delta Airlines Airbus A220-300 heading to Salt Lake City, flight 13:45, now heading over to 26 right. Just meeting some of the fine folks here at Ontario, some of the ops. Said they were big fans.
3933 Ontario.
Very happy to see us here.
Alright, 1345, we'll be ready again. 1345 Ontario Tower Ride. Just wait a minute.
This aircraft pretty brand new for Delta, delivered in February of this year. I'd say that's pretty new. Of course, we love those Airbus A220-300s. Saw plenty of them there in New York this past week. They have certainly a unique sound to them. Also have a Southwest flight, a 737 MAX 8, will be heading to Las Vegas, flight 3595, should be pushing back from Terminal 4 here shortly. Next arrival is Delta Connection, SkyWest flight 3933, coming in from Salt Lake City. It's an E175LR. I believe that is what this Airbus A220 is waiting for. The guys who just joining us, we're here in Ontario, California. It's a big day for the airport, welcoming Starlux for the very first time, the A350-900. We're going to have a big celebration here at the airport, celebration inside the terminal. Should be a water cannon salute as well.
Ontario Tower, okay, advisor, it'll be about 3 minutes. Double 1345.
Of course, we're celebrating here out on the airfield, getting you up close action. It's a little warm here today. Not too bad. About 80, 81, 82 degrees. Probably looks a little bit warmer with all the heat haze. E-Jet, now short final for runway 26 right. Of course, don't forget we have all the UPS action as well. That Queen sitting over there will be heading to Louisville, Kentucky, as well as one of those MD-11s and a few 767s as well. So we got all that action still to come. Airbus A220-300 just waiting for this E-Jet to arrive and should be heading to Salt Lake City as the E-Jet comes in from Salt Lake City. Good to go as soon as that E-Jet clears.
Delta 1345. Guys, 3933, turn right on Lima, right November, contact ground 40.
We do have Southwest Airlines flight 6572 coming in from Oakland, California, 737 at max 8, just 14 minutes out just north of us here.
Compared to 993. 1345, 1230 on 15, runway 26 right, clear for takeoff. 26 right, clear for takeoff, Delta 1345.
It's a zoo, I'm telling you. All right, she is now rolling down to 26 right. Big gust of wind. Almost taking your plane jockey out.
Delta 1345, contact SoCal, departure good day. Delta 1345, so long.
Again, that flight heading to Salt Lake City, that Airbus A220-300 with Delta. Fairly new plane, just delivered in February of this year. Do have that Southwest flight going to be heading to Las Vegas. Flight 3595 is 737 MAX 8 should be pushing back from the terminal here shortly. Hope you guys are all having a great start to your week. Of course, it's been so long since I've last saw you, right? Just yesterday. Brian Mooney gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Brian. Appreciate that awesome support of the channel. So, one of my favorite planes of all times. We passed by this once again. The Boeing 727-200 that was given to the airport. This plane was used in the TV show 24 on Fox. Once they wrapped up shooting, they handed over the keys to Ontario Airport, says it's all yours. Of course, we drive by that as we enter the field and as we exit the field as well. And I can't stop looking at that beauty sitting over there. One of these days, I'm going to have to request a private tour of that 727. Of course, take you guys along with me. Should be seeing that Southwest flight heading to Vegas. Should be pushing back here shortly. Of course, that
helicopter 427 Bravo Whiskey Ontario
flight just coming in from Salt Lake. Now they're at the gate.
Caution. Ontario wind 250 at 16 when able squawk 0222.
Skybry PSP. The $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Skybry. Hi, Kevin and Charlie. This is awesome. Love Ontario. Thank you. Well, our pleasure. Of course, shout out to the fine folks here at Ontario, California, for allowing us to come out here not just once, but twice to give you a live stream here, Airside. I tell you, the second I left a couple weeks ago, you guys filled the chat, said, when are we going to go back to Ontario? Got to go back to Ontario. If they want to just wave. All right, let's go to our fine folks helping us out here today. Give a wave! The fine folks at Ontario here. Thanks you guys for your help here today. Big fans of the channel. Thanks, you guys. Now they're officially on Avio. Southwest Airlines Flight 6572, Kevin from Oakland, California. 737 MAX H is 5 minutes out. We'll be arriving on runway 26 right. Frontier A320. Coming in from Seattle, Marty the Marmont livery, flight 3163, just 23 minutes away. Of course, we're here for Starlux, Starlux flight 10, coming in from Taipei, the A350-900, now just 55 minutes away. Also have China Airlines, the 777-300ER, coming in from Taipei, flight 24, just 1 hour and 41 minutes away. Of course, during the time that we will be broadcasting here, we'll see plenty of commercial flights, as well as cargo. Opened up the show here today with Amazon Air, Prime Air, 767 heading to Honolulu. We'll see more of those, as well as FedEx 767s, and a wide variety of UPS planes, including that 747-8 that you see sitting over there, which should be heading to Louisville, Kentucky, as well as an MD-11. I believe that will also be heading to Louisville, and I believe we'll see a few 767s with UPS as well as all the feeder aircraft that are all heading in as well.
Radio services terminated, contact Riverside. I'm looking for that traffic channel. Riverside
I think I see 3 MD-11s, 1 747, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 767s and 1 757. So quite the lineup of UPS planes. And by the way, I mentioned yesterday that I was going to try to get a little bit closer to the other side of the airfield here today. We tried. We really did. We had a spot basically right on the opposite side of where we are here on the north side of the airport. I wanted to try to get a little bit closer to runway 26 left. Of course, on the taxiway as well. And we could have done that. The problem is that land over there actually sits a little bit lower than the actual runway. So if we were to set up over there The taxi shots would be absolutely amazing. The problem is the landing shots would get cut off on the runway. So that was kind of a no-go with that. So I said, you know what, let's just go back to the area that we were before. We're up a little bit higher. We'll be close to runway 26 rights, the terminal action. So we're good to go for a second time here at Ontario. Now we got the ARF truck coming over here. They're gonna give us our own private water sloop. That's a good looking truck. To the other side of the airfield for the water cannon salute for Starlux. I don't know, do you guys prefer your ARF trucks red, green, or yellow? Of course, we have yellow trucks at LAX. I like the red truck. Southwest flight up next for arrival. Runway 26 right.
Delta 6572, turn right, Quebec, right November, contact ground point.
Getting this flight coming in from Oakland, California. I get the feeling that it's always windy out here in the IE. I've come out here plenty of times for news stories through the years, just, you know, well, it's the wind's coming in, go to the IE. I get the feeling it's always windy. Some of our friends from Ops heading over there into the west side of the airport. Stowing on that Southwest flight 3595 heading to Vegas. 737 MAX 8 should be pushing back. This also a MAX 8. Southwest flight coming in from Austin, Texas, flight 705 at 737 MAX 8, just 27 minutes out. Running about 24 minutes behind.
Flight helicopter 45 Papa traffic, 11 o'clock, 2 miles.
Starlux flight 10, now just 49 minutes away for that A350-900.
Terminated, contact bracket target.
Big day for Ontario here today. Starlux inaugural flights. Of course, we'll be getting the arrival. It's going to be taken off a little bit later in the 11 o'clock hour. So we don't want to hold up the fine folks here at Ontario too long. We said we'd come on here for 2 to 3 hours like we did last time, and we'll get our little rush. Oh, by the way, Amua 1, remember Amua 1 Southwest, the 737 MAX 8 in the Hawaiian livery. Remember we waited for it to take off last time we were here? Believe it or not, it's coming back in from Vegas and going out to Vegas. It will be a little bit later. I think it's kind of funny. That was the exact aircraft that we saw when we were out here last. Here, Marty, the Marmont livery committed from Seattle, Washington at A320, just 14 minutes away. Kevin with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Kevin. This is welcome back to Ontario, AVL and Kevin. The same day, Starlux coming to Ontario. Southwest and China Airlines announced their partnership. Love the AVL shows at SFO, JFK, and LAX these past few weeks. Yeah, we've been busy, haven't we? SFO, New York, now here in Ontario. I did not hear about that Southwest and China Airlines, the partnership. Interesting news there, Kevin. Thank you. Robert Braun with an awesome $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Robert. This is Kevin. Tell the Ontario ops guys you need a couple yards of flight line. I'll be honest with you. Wherever I wanted to set up here today, they were going to allow me. We just were looking for the best viewpoint. As I was saying, we were trying to go to the south side here today, but the south side is actually a little bit lower than the north side. So if we would have been in the spot that I thought would have worked, we would have not been able to see any of the takeoff or landings. So we decided to come back here to the north side. It's a great view. Of course, we're really close to runway 26 right. Of course, airside access doesn't happen every day, so round of applause to the fine folks here at Ontario. That Southwest flight might be waiting for the Southwest flight to back out before heading to the terminal. And our legend Jane with an amazing $850 super chat through PayPal. Awesome support from Legend Jane. Says, I'm so happy you're back at Ontario. Have a great show, Jane says. Well, thank you so much, Jane. Good to be back here at Ontario. Thank you so much for your awesome support as always, Jane. Sit back, relax. Now, the one thing about Ontario, it's not as busy as LAX, but we're really close. The sounds, you can rumble your house if you have a speaker system or your big screen TV. So it's more of a relaxing stream here today on a Monday to get you over the Monday blues, right? Thank you so much, Jane. Mike Stalick, becoming a silver member again. Thank you so much. And RPM Nitro, also becoming a silver member. All right, let's go check out these UPS planes again. If you're just joining us here today, we will see this UPS 747-8 should be heading to Louisville, Kentucky, as well as an MD-11. Counted 3 MD-11s, 1747. What did I say? 6 767s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 767s, and 1 757, which is sitting over there on the west side. Kitty says, yes, I need an escape from work. Well, this is perfect. Iceman 1775 says, it almost rumbles my apartment with my 75-inch TV. Cheng, thank you so much for the super chats earlier in the stream. We appreciate that, giving an update on the status for Starlux. Of course, everyone preparing for the big day inside the terminals. Big party going on inside. We were invited to that. I said, wow, I would love to go cover the party live as well, but you guys know my setup. This takes about 40 minutes for the most part to set up and tear it down. So and once that plane lands, heads to the gate, they're going to have that big party, and I would be only delaying the party. So I decided to say, I'll just take the airside access. We'll get the great arrival along with other arrivals. But I'm sure they'll have a great party inside. Maybe save me a cookie. Love the cookies. Speaking of Starlux, want to give you an update on the arrival time, and now just 42 minutes out. Scheduled arrival time was 5:05 p.m. and now our estimated arrival time is now 4:57 p.m. At some point during the afternoon, it was a little earlier. I think at one point it was saying it was going to arrive at about 4:19 p.m. So we wanted to make sure we got out here earlier, just in case. Now it's getting closer to the scheduled arrival time. All right, the flight heading to Vegas, 737 MAX 8, now pushing back. Why that tail is heading east toward us is because the flight that just arrived from Oakland will be heading into the gate that just pulled back from. So they're pushing that east. It will make a U-turn and head over here for a takeoff on runway 26 right. I see a little practice of the water cannon salute behind the 737. Preparations have begun.
Tower Frontier 531.63 with your visual to right. Frontier 531.63 on stereo tower 124, 0 to 18, gust 21, runway 26 right, cleared 2 left. Third land, 26 right, 31.
And that is Frontier Marty the Merrimont livery, flight 3163, coming from Seattle. It's an A320 checking in. We'll be arriving on 26 right. We'll have this flight heading to Vegas. JetBlue. I think that JetBlue arrives later in the evening. As we were leaving the last time we were here, I think it touched down, which was close to 9 p.m. Christopher Brown with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Christopher. Says Delta has taken delivery in an A330neo. The delivery flight is from Toulouse to Tokyo to avoid U.S. tariffs on it. Gotta do what you gotta do. Well, look at that. Thank you, Christopher. Craig Russell. Hello, Craig. With a $13.10 super chat. Thank you so much, Craig. Says hello, everyone. Next month we'll mark 3-year membership. I just want to thank you and Rudy for everything you do for us. Your stream is helping me with flying issues. Hopefully, next year I'll be flying. Well, I have faith in you, Craig. You'll be flying. Make sure to fly out to, I was going to say Vegas. You could go to Vegas, but I'd love you to come out to LAX. Thank you, Craig. All right, we do have that Frontier A320 on short funnel for 26 rights. The Southwest flight now about to make that U-turn, heading over to 26 right. Of course, there in the background, preparing for the water cannon salute on the Starlux A350-900. Southwest with the block.
That's 53163, right when able, right November, contact ground point.
The tower there in the background. Again, this flight heading to Vegas, flight 3595. It's a 1-year-old 737 at max 8. More Southwest flights lighting up. We do have one heading to San Jose, California. Southwest Airlines flight 250, 737-800. Another one popping up. Not quite sure if it's heading out or not, but it is flight 6572, destination unknown. And the Southwest flight coming in from Austin, Texas, flight 705, a 737 MAX 8, just 10 minutes out. We'll be arriving on that 26 right. Ronald back with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Ronald. Says hello from Colorado, Kevin. Is Charlie there? If so, say hello, Charlie. The airport is a great location. Waiting for Starlux. When is the arrival? I'll give you updates. Yes, Charlie is here with me. Charlie, want to say hello? There he is. He's working behind the scenes. Starlux. Flight 10, giving it from Taipei, now just 33 minutes away. 33 minutes for Starlux. The Frontier A320 now heading to the gates. United Airlines Flight 2057 coming in from Denver, Colorado, an A320, now just 44 minutes away. Alaska Horizon Flight 2074 coming in from Portland in an E175, just 29 minutes away. In the chat, Rudy's in the chat. Rudy's last few days of the school year coming to an end here. Darren with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Darren. Says, I have flown with all 3 Taiwanese carriers. If I had to pick the best one, it would be China Airlines. We'll fly with them next month for a summer trip to Taipei. I've heard great things about China Airlines. Is it true that EVA does not have Wi-Fi on their 777s? Someone told me that. I thought that was kind of weird. Of course, Starlux, boy, coming to LAX first. Now 2 flights a day at LAX. Now here, Ontario. Also be heading to Phoenix in September. Joni, it's not loud enough for you? You guys need it louder? Rudy says the kids are definitely excited for summer, really excited. Oh yeah, well they got days. They're counting down the hours and the minutes. Of course, they're counting down the minutes here at Ontario for the inaugural flight for Starlux, Flight 10, the A350-900, which is now just 30 minutes away. 30 minutes. And China Airlines Flight 24 coming up from Taipei at 777-300ER, 1 hour and 18 minutes away as we wait for this Southwest flight. Could be sitting there, could be some flow issues. Kiss my grits, as Flo would say, right? We do have that flight coming in from Austin, Texas. Southwest Airlines Flight 705 at 737 MAX 8, just 5 minutes out. Should be checking in at the tower here shortly. Just joining us. Of course, we got all the UPS action going to be taken off here in the next few hours as well, including that 747-8 flight heading to Louisville, Kentucky. Oh, Mike says my phone is yelling at me that the volume is too loud. Well, let me know. I'm looking at the chat right now. Is it too loud or not loud enough? Or is it just perfect? Of course, it's windy here today as well, so you're probably hearing a little bit of the wind noise mixed in with the airplane noise. Allison says, turn it up. Really want me to turn it up even more? louder. All right, if you say so. All right, that's about as loud as I can get. All right, that's about as loud as I can get. Hopefully it won't overmodulate. Again, this flight heading to Vegas. If you remember the last time we were here at Ontario, the MUA 1 at 737 MAX 8 was heading to Vegas, and there was...
That's 705 waiting on the ILS for kissing track. That was 705 on Ontario Tower, 24017, got 22, runway 22, right there, kissing track, 705.
All right, that is the flight coming in from Austin, Texas, checking in with the tower. If you remember, there was a flow issue with Vegas. Vegas has a lot of flow issues, no matter what airport you're flying out of. Basically, the airport is too small for the amount of traffic. Of course, they're looking at building a new airport outside of the city there in Vegas. So, flow issues, always a problem with Vegas, and more than likely that is why this is probably sitting here. It's a short hop over there to Vegas. Easier to have this one sit there and wait before it takes off and having to do laps around the city. Hello everyone, thanks for tuning in here today. Of course, we're all excited here at Ontario for the inaugural flight of Starlux. Just less than a half an hour before that A350-900 arrives, just 26 minutes out. Of course, we'll see plenty of other action in between. Give you a look at the terminal, busy terminal. Great looking terminal. The last time we were here, we give you a sneak peek inside the terminal. Janice with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Janice. Val with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Val. Says, hey, Kev, finally feeling better. We're going to have 80-degree temperatures all week. Wednesday is supposed to be 90. We had no spring bring on summer. I know, it's hot in Southern California, too. Usually it's a little bit cooler this time of the year. I guess we're going from winter into summer overnights. Good to see you, Val. All right, we got that Southwest flight coming in from Austin. This one still waiting to head to Vegas. We'll be taking off on runway 26 right. If you guys aren't just tuning in, we are Airside. We are Airside for you here on Airline Videos Live. All right, swing the camera out to the east. Our next flight arrival coming in from Austin, Texas.
Southwest 705, turn right kilo, right November, contact no appointment.
Golf Nut saying EVA will introduce in-flight Wi-Fi starting on July 1st of this year. Boy, it's about time. July 1st. Looks like we have an engine start. of American Eagle SkyWest, flight 6475, heading to Phoenix. It's an E175, now pushing it back, as well as another Southwest flight, that one heading to San Jose, California, 737-800, flight 250. So 2 more flights will be heading up here to runway 26 right. Lighting up. Southwest Airlines flight 6575 heading to Oakland, as well as a flight heading to Denver, flight 3065. Both should be pushing back here shortly. Inaugural flight, the first time Starlux is flying in here to Ontario, California. Oily. I'm smelling more oil
second, double zero,
475, Double 3595 on the tower. I'll be working on your release in about a minute.
That's good. 3595 already.
Thanks to November, hold for
I'm going with South Coast, I think. 465,
475 and 471. SoCal departure.
Our departure, have a good night, Southwest 250.
Should be seeing that Prime Air 767 heading over here into 26 right, as well as this Southwest 737-800 flight heading to Denver, flight 3065. We also have Southwest Airlines flight 6575 heading to Oakland on a 737 MAX 8, and of course that Amazon Air flight 3111 heading to Fort Worth there in Texas should also be heading over to 26 right. Our next arrival is Alaska Horizon flight 2074 coming up from Portland on an E175, followed by Starlux flight 10. Here she comes, now just 12 minutes out for the E350-900. I'm seeing that Prime Air now start its taxi over here to 26 right.
Ontario Tower, proceed on the runway 26 right safety area, and you'll be on the north side, right?
Alexis, the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Alexis is currently working on the Denver flight for Frontier. Super cool to have you here. Well, hello there. Should be seeing that flight here in the next half an hour or so. Thank you so much, Alexis. Craig Russell back with the $5.02 super chat. Thank you so much, Craig. Says, I'd love to fly LAX to visit you. Plus, I also love to check out my childhood places where I grew up in Southern California, like Riverside and Hesperia. Yes, Greg. We'll get you on the plane. We'll get you back out here. Terry M. with the $2 super chat. Good to see you, Terry. Says, thanks, Kev. More power, Ed, Ontario. Thank you. I was going to ask you guys, is the sound okay? Is it too loud? Our Legend Jane with the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Jane. Awesome support continues from our Legend Jane. And thank you, Jane, so much. All right, let me make sure I go back to the chat because I just asked you guys a question and I want to make sure. Not overly hot. I know it looks like a lot of heat haze on the concrete. That's about it. So a nice breeze coming through here. About maybe upper 70s as it cools down as we get closer to the evening. Getting excited, everyone preparing for the inaugural flight for Starlux, flight 10, and coming from Taipei, the A350-900.
Rising 2074, Ontario Tower, wind, 40.15, runway 26 right, clear to land. 26 right, clear to land, or 27 right?
No, we're about as loud as we can get.
Pick up 60 hotel, get a turn, take 20,000. Horizon 2074, turn right on Lima, right in that direction, take the report. Base 3111 heavy, wind 24, gust 22, runway 26 right, cleared takeoff. Clear for takeoff, runway 26 right, at base 3111 heavy. SoCal now, at 3111 heavy. Good day, sir.
Next arrival, Starlux, flight 10. You guys got that number 6 worldwide tracked plane on flight radar 24. Took a different Taipei, the A350-900, just 5 minutes out. This Southwest flight heading to Denver, the 737-800, now heading over here to 26 right. Alright, Star Walker checking in, flight 10. Turn the cameras out to the east as soon as it comes a little bit clear.
Southern City 65 on Airside, you ready? Yeah, ready. We're ready. Southern City 65 now. Southern 65, transition 5 mile final, A350, 123.015, only right clear, take 26 right.
Alright, we're gonna do a little turn and burn. attention. To Starlux, flight 10, coming in from Taipei for the very first time. Welcome to Ontario, California, Starlux. Right, as well as another Southwest flight now pushing back.
Over on right. Fox 1119, connect hotel,
Delta connection flight heading to Salt Lake City, SkyWest flight 3933. We also have the Frontier flights lighting up on the radar as well.
California, ONT, here in Southern California. The loud sounds and up-close action continue right here on Airline Videos Live. Make sure to hit the like button if you haven't yet. Share this stream with your family and your friends. And if you can't hear me, that's all right. I am not important. Next flight coming in is United Airlines flight 2057 coming in from Denver. It's an A320. Just going to turn it down just for a second so you guys can hear me. Yes, I said, if you can't hear me, it's okay. I'm really not the important person here today. The plane's always the most important part of our broadcast. Let me get back to the chat here. Mike, becoming a silver member once again. Thank you so much, Mike. Jem from Austin, Texas, becoming a silver member here today. Thank you so much. Mountain Man B with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Mountain Man. Says the 747 crew should give you a wave on the way out. I'll let them know you're off at 26 right. Yeah, is there any way we can get them on 26 right? They're pushing back right now. We got that UPS Queen now pushing it back. Is there any way we can get this on 26 right? It's like 901. 747-8 freighter, 4 years of age. Last time we were here, it took off on the 26 left.
Tower, good afternoon, United 2057 on the ILS. Right.
I'm going to pump up the volume one more time. Also have the Southwest flight also heading over here. Australia, not Austin. I got you.
US 7478, the flight heading to Louisville, Kentucky. 901 should be heading our direction. Not quite sure if it's going to take off on 26 left or right. Last time we were here was 26 left. We're hoping for a 26 right. Joining us, we just welcomed Starlux Flight 10 coming in from Taipei, A350-900, arriving here at Ontario, California for the first time. Everyone excited here at the airport. Of course, we are bringing you live coverage, airside, getting you as close to the runways as possible here today. The Southwest flight heading to Oakland at 737 MAX 8. Southwest Airlines flight 711 heading to Phoenix, also a 737 MAX 8, should be pushing back for the terminal gates here shortly. United Airlines flight 1152 coming up from SFO and an A320 just 6 minutes out. Has not started her taxi just yet. Darren back with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Darren. I remember clearly it was June this month back in 2022 when I first discovered AVL. Happy to be a longtime supporter and a member. Well, thank you so much, Darren. 2022. 3 years. Thank you for your awesome support. Time flies when we're all having fun here on the channel, isn't it?
6575, wind 23014, runway 26 right, takeoff.
Steven with an awesome super chat. Kevin, your camera work is incredible. This is amazing to see the sun glistening on the liveries and the heat haze on the runways as the planes taxi for departure, and then the incredible sounds. Isn't it amazing? Like I said, I told them, I said, my viewers, they want the walls to rumble at home.
Net 1152 Ontario Tower, 12014, runway 26 right, clear to land.
The Queen has now started her taxi.
Southwest 6575, now they SoCal departure.
There she comes. More than likely she will take off on runway 26 left. Again, this is the 747-8 aircraft heading to Louisville, Kentucky. Our next arrival coming in from SFO and United A320 heading to 26 right. Telling you guys earlier, I said, hey, is there any way possible that I can get closer to runway 26 left and the taxiways? Like, we would be right up next to this plane. But the problem was that land over there is a little bit lower to the ground, so it actually cuts off the runway views. So I decided to come back over here to the north side so we make sure we capture all the action. But I really wanted to take it as close as we could to that taxiway.
901 heavy on stereo tower, runway left 30 for takeoff.
All right, 26 left for the 7478.
United 1152, runway 319, November contact. UPS 901 heavy, contact SoCal, departure, have a good flight.
Going to SoCal, UPS 901 heavy, so long.
Left bank turn, heading back to the east. Of course, this 7478 freighter heading to Louisville, Kentucky. That bank turn that we were seeing from the TWA Hotel in New York just last week. Those aircraft taking off from runway 22 right, making that left bank turn. And she is off to Louisville, Kentucky. All right, we should be seeing some more UPS aircraft taking off. Should be seeing an MD-11 and a few 767s, and I believe a 757, as well as the FedEx 767s. Having another Southwest flight now pushing back, engine startup. This flight heading to Phoenix, Arizona, flight 711. Can I have some Slurpees with that flight number? 737 at max 8. Bad joke, I know. With the $5 super chat, thanks so much, Heath. Blues Boy 8 with the $5 super chat, thanks so much, Blues Boy. Says thanks, Kevin. Nice Monday in Ontario. Let's enjoy the Starlux. Wasn't that a beauty? Touching down 26 right. Definitely clip that, put it on our social media. Flying Cactus with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Flying Cactus. Says, can't wait to see Starlux in Phoenix in February. That's right. I think I said September. It's February of next year. We'll definitely, hopefully, be out for that arrival. Jared with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Jared. Says, love the Ontario streams. Thank you so much, Jared. Again, shout out to the fine folks here on Ontario, giving us airside access here, showing you all the action here. Jeff with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Jeff. Says, love the streams. I'm flying LAX for NENA 9/11 conference on June 22nd. Any tips or hints for navigating through LAX? I will be flying Breeze from Akron, Ohio. I believe I'll be in the West Gates. Yes, you will be in the West Gates. Prepared. Well, you won't have a long walk because you can actually take the bus from Terminal 1.5 to the West Gates and vice versa. Any hints for navigating through LAX? If you are going to take a Uber or a Lyft, there are shuttles that will take it to the LA exit. If you don't want to walk or take the shuttle bus, you can order a black car with Uber. It can pick you up there curbside at any of the terminals. Of course, you'll be at 1.5 if you are taking an Uber or a Lyft. Actually, it's not a bad walk from 1.5. It's just a few blocks from there. If you're taking a rental car, the SkyTrain is not open yet. It won't open until January, though the station that connects the SkyTrain to the metro is actually opening up next week. But the SkyTrain is still not open, so good luck. We're all counting on you. Also have a Frontier A320 heading to Denver, and Marty, the Mermont livery, flight 2908, lighting up, should be pushing back here shortly. Southwest Airlines, flight 3706, coming in from San Jose, California, 737-700, just 9 minutes out. Also have a FedEx feeder coming in from Santa Maria, Cessna Super Cargo Master, now just 19 minutes out. There's a lot of those FedEx Cargo Masters, FedEx feeders heading in to Ontario. It's that time of the day. Danny Disendorf, one of our great mods with the jaw-dropping emoji. Thank you, Danny. UFO80 with a super chat. Appreciate that. So tomorrow is my 1-year anniversary as a channel member, so glad we found the wonderful community. Much love to all involved. Well, happy anniversary. Thank you so much. Appreciate your support there. Oh, Molly. Is that a laughing or a jaw-dropping emoji there? Good to see you last week there at the TWA. Oh, Molly. Christopher Cotton, Mr. Alpha Echo with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Christopher. Is any other international carriers we can expect at Ontario? Yes, we do have China Airlines, the 777-300ER. That aircraft is now just 27 minutes away. It's flight 24, 777-300ER coming in from Taipei. Molly says it's both.
Probably 711 on Terry, probably ready. Ready?
We are, Southwest, 711.
711, 3015, runway 26 right, clear for takeoff.
Runway 26 right, clear for takeoff, Southwest, 711.
Northwest Delta 3647 Delta, 4,000, descending 3,500 with information offshore Chino.
3647 Delta, Ontario Tower, Ontario, altimeter 2909, please proceed direct Chino and cross Riverside at or below 2,500.
All right, little turn and burn action going on 26
okay.
right.
So 47 Delta, you can communicate. Direct Chino won't take us near Riverside.
47 Delta, proceed direct Chino, Riverside Drive. If you don't know it, so proceed direct Chino.
Thank you, direct Chino. Did not know where Riverside Drive is. 47 Delta. I couldn't find it from up here. What was the altitude you wanted us to cross south of you?
Maintain VFR, descend and maintain VFR at below 2,500.
VFR at below 2,500, 47 Delta.
Contact SoCal, departure, have a good flight.
SoCal, Southwest, 711, have a great day.
Southwest Airlines flight 711. Boy, I could go for a Slurpee right now. We have a UPS 767 and now pushing it back.
Tower Southwest 3706, 10 out, runway 26 right. Southwest 3706, Ontario Tower, 124.017, runway 26 right, cleared to land. Cleared to land.
That flight heading to Phoenix, UPS flight 9301 at 767-300ER, also a FedEx MD-11, flight 4967, also lighting up, not seeing a pushback just yet. Next arrival is Southwest Airlines flight 3706, coming from San Jose, California, 737-700. CKW with an awesome $20 super chat. Thank you so much. Air Force Concorde made an unusual flight to Ontario in 1987. Both Air France and British Airways hosted round-the-world flights, and Ontario was a stopover for the supersonic transport to Hawaii. It was banned due to the noise in 1987. Well, look at that history. I had no idea. CKW, thank you so much for that amazing history here at Ontario. Robert's gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Robert. And a friend Darren also gifting 1 Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, Darren. Wow, I had no idea about the Concorde. So it looks like the possible, I get my bearings here. I think it's one of these MD-11s going to be pushing back. I believe that is another flight heading to Louisville. There's this one heading to Phoenix. Also have Southwest Airlines flight 2248 coming in from Phoenix. It's a 737-800, now just 9 minutes out. Got one of those FedEx feeders just north of us here, coming in from Santa Maria. It's a FedEx feeder, flight 7683, operated by West Air. Cessna Supercargo Master, 36 years of age. All right, we've got the 767 now starting its taxi, should be heading over to runway 26 left.
here. A320 should be pushing back. Short flight to Phoenix for the 767 for UPS.
West 706,
Airlines from 2448 coming in from Phoenix, the 737-800. We have another feeder coming in from Inaugural. It's another Cessna Supercargo Master FedEx feeder flight 7654, another 34-year-old aircraft. Going on this UPS 767 flight heading to Phoenix.
UPS 9301 heavy on period tower and then 6 bucks to take off on 240
All right, cleared for takeoff, 26 left.
on period tower 24013 1.
early rotation for the 767, again heading to Phoenix, a short flight from here in Ontario, California. Should also be making that bank to the left. Should be heading back to the east.
GPS 9301 Heavy, contact SoCal departure, have a good flight.
To depart to UPS 9301.
Still waiting on that UPS. Should be pushing back as well as that Frontier. Oh, we've got the flight coming in from Phoenix. Next arrival on the 26 right.
Turn right to back to run November, contact run.
China Airlines Flight 24, Kevin from Taipei, the 777 at 300ER, just 11 minutes out. Should be following the FedEx feeder. Also have Delta connection, Skywest Flight 4031, coming in from Seattle on an E-Jet, now just 19 minutes out. Also a FedEx feeder, Flight 7653, coming in from Bakersfield, California, 17 minutes away. With the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Tim. Says, hey Kevin, thanks for the extra Monday show and the IE. Have you seen the rehearsal yet? They flew from San Bernardino Airport. Highly recommended. I have it not, but you're the second person to ask me about that. That show this past week. Apparently, the agency told me that apparently that show reached out to us about using some of our video last year. I wasn't aware of that. But apparently we were going to end up in the rehearsal. I'll have to check that out. Mina P, gifting 5. Airline at Videos Live at memberships. Thank you so much, Mina. Good to see you. HD Guys with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, HD Guys. Is there any chance you can go live in John Wayne Airport? Well, that's up to them. Technically, there really isn't any good live streaming spot at John Wayne.
so we would need a little airside access. But we're here at Ontario celebrating a big day here for the airport, bringing the Starlux in for the first time. Lenny Shaw with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much. Lenny says, hi, Kevin. Ontario was my home airport years ago, and I remember walking to the plane and climbing the stairs. Best flight ever from Ontario to LAX. Well, that was a quick flight. Is that FedEx feeder, followed by that heavy China Airlines 777-300ER coming up from Taipei. PSA Steve with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Steve. So thank you for Ontario coverage. Very cool. Our pleasure. Thank you so much, PSA Steve. Of course, we can't do this without the help from the fine folks here at Ontario Airport. Second time coming out here live streaming Airside for you guys. Mike D with an awesome $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Mike. Appreciate the awesome support of the channel. And Patrick D with an amazing $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Patrick. This is such fantastic footage, spectacular, awesome stuff. Glad you're enjoying it there, Patrick. Wish I could feed you guys the smells. The oil, the jet fuel. Take a look at this FedEx feeder coming up next. Actually, is this the FedEx feeder? I don't think this is. That was the most interesting landing I think I've ever seen.
Back Valley runway 653 Ontario Tower, number 2, wind 230 at 15, runway 26 right, clear to land.
Thank you, for runway 26 right, thank you.
That was China Airlines checking in. Will be number 2 for arrival following the FedEx feeder.
Heavy Ontario Tower, wind 230 at 16, runway 26
Yes,
right,
what a treat that was. How cool. So wait on that MD-11 is still not pushed back. We do have China Airlines, the 777 at 300ER, and next arrival. Then we do have another FedEx feeder coming in from Bakersfield, another Cessna Super Cargo Master. Next arrival. China Airlines coming in from Taipei, the next heavy arrival. Short final for runway 26 right.
Valley 7653, continue down to runway, turn right at kilos, no delay, turn left November, contact ground traffic on the...
Of course, today we just celebrated here to Ontario the first flight in from Taipei for Starlux, the A350-900.
Valley 768 Ontario Tower, National Lake Airlines, heavy 777, short final, wind 23017, gust 21, runway 26 right, clear to land. Ontario Tower, 3016, only 26 right, clear to land, Patrick Terminus, arrive at 777.
That was arrival on runway 26 right, flight, second flight of the day now, coming in from Taipei.
November. And back to the parking area. SC024 heavy, 16 right turn into November, next to the parking area.
Kilo, November, close to the park.
Again, this is flight 24 coming in from Taipei, and this 10-year-old 777-300ER. Next arrival is another FedEx feeder. Should be seeing that Frontier A320 pushing back. Should be heading over here to runway 26 right. Hope you guys are enjoying the Monday show. Is it curing your Monday blues? Reminder, we will not be live tomorrow, Tuesday. We'll be back at LAX on Wednesday, starting at noon Pacific. We'll be at the parking garage with all those awesome views from the north side of LAX. And then we'll be high atop the H Hotel for a little Nighthawk action on Friday nights as we take you into the weekend. And then we'll be back for the big Sunday show on Sunday. But don't go anywhere. We're not done yet here today. Next arrival coming in from Santa Maria, another Cessna Super Cargo Master, flight 7682. This aircraft, 38 years of age. Airline's the 777 and now pulling into the gates.
Ag value 7682, turn right at Kilo, no delay, traffic on 3 long final.
Keep on seeing that Frontier A320 heading to Denver, flight 2908, popping up once again on flight radar. Should be seeing that head over here to runway 26 right. Next arrival on 26 right, Delta Connection, SkyWest Flight 4031, coming in from Seattle. It's an E175. Will be followed by American Airlines Flight 1666, coming in from Phoenix, Arizona on an A321. Approaching the 6 p.m. hour here on the Southland. Beautiful day here. Robert, one of our great mods, becoming a silver member once again. Thank you so much, Robert. Terry M. back with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Terry. This is great fun for on a smoky Monday. 9A. Thanks, Kev. Smoky night. Hope everything's okay. All right, got our E-Jet up next.
7694, visit 6582. Ag Rally 7694, Ontario Tower, National Covenant, Embraer Jet, short final, 2016, runway 26 right, clear to land. 6 right, clear to that, like 7694.
One of these MD-11s. There's 4 of them. My bad. This one, though, is that the door is still open. Cargo door is still open on that MD-11. I believe the one at the end was lighting up on the radar. Next arrival is another FedEx feeder, flight 7694, coming from San Luis Obispo, another Cessna Super Cargo Master, followed by that American A321 coming from Phoenix, Arizona
Also, a FedEx feeder, Flight 7693, coming in from Santa Barbara. It's a Cessna 409 Sky Courier. Also, a FedEx feeder coming in from Santa Barbara, California. Cessna Super Cargo Master, just 2 minutes out.
Ontario Airport information, flight current 122.015, altimeter 299.
Wind check.
Wind 22015.
Skybry PSB back with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Skybry. This is OMG at Convair 580. First plane I ever qualified on as a flight attendant back in 1978. Powerful Allison engines. This is so rare, just amazing. Thank you, Kevin. I'll have to go back and do the research. I'm not familiar with that plane. I've seen it before, but I don't know much history about that.
Airbus 220 on a 3-mile flight.
Right,
Tech Valley 7694, turn right to November 10 ground. No delay, 7 on a 3-mile flight.
We're still waiting on that Frontier A320. Up next is an American A321 coming in from Phoenix. Jeff with an awesome $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Jeff. This is lots of Ontario memories. Used to work as a ramp and ticket agent for Golden West Airlines commuter service back in 1978 out of the old terminal. Many flights to LAX using DH-6 Twin Otters, 18 passengers, and SD-330 Shorts, 30 passengers. That is just amazing. Flights from Ontario to LAX. That's a way to commute, right? Thank you, Jeff. Right up next is the flight coming in from Phoenix, that American A321. Gates. It is the top of the hour, officially 6 p.m. I am your plane jockey Kevin here at a very windy Ontario, California. We're here at Ontario Airport. Airside access for you here once again. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. Sit back, relax. Make sure to hit that like button, and I'll make sure not to blow away. All right, up next is another FedEx feeder, followed by another FedEx feeder. This one coming up next is the Cessna 408F Sky Courier. Just 2 years of age, coming in from Santa Barbara, California, flight 7693. We'll be followed by another Cessna Super Cargo Master. This one 37 years of age, coming in from Santa Barbara, California, flight 7696.
Air 7693, turn right to the left, so that's another contact ground.
An Alaska Horizon flight heading back to Portland at E175, flight 2202. We'll start his taxi here over here to 26 right. That's an American A321 flight that came in from Phoenix. We'll be heading to the gates. Glad you guys are all enjoying the Ontario show. Waiting for more UPS action.
Tag Valley 7681 on the visual, just right. Tag Valley 7681, Ontario Tower, 24016, you're only 26 right, clear to land. 26 right, clear to land, Tag Valley 7681.
Flying to Portland on this E-Jet, now heading over here to runway 26 right.
7696, turn right to the left November contact ground.
Delivered in September 2016. It's an E175 LR with Alaska Horizon. Flight 2202 heading back to Portland. Another FedEx feeder heading to 26 right. This one coming in from Santa Maria, another Cessna Super Cargo Master. Alright, line up and wait, no turn and burn.
Tag Valley 7681, continue down the runway, turn right to back, left November, contact ground point. 2202, wind 240 on 15, runway 26 right, clear for takeoff.
6 right, clear for takeoff, present 2202.
This flight heading to Portland to the 175 Alaska Horizon.
Horizon 2202, contact SoCal departure, good day.
SoCal, good day, Horizon 2202.
Sky Valley 7652, Ontario Tower 1240 on 14, runway 26 right, clear to land.
26 right, clear to land, contact Valley 7652.
Still waiting on that Frontier flight. We do have Southwest Airlines flight 3644, a 737-800. It will be heading to Oakland. Should be pushing back here shortly. Alaska Airlines flight 1086 coming from Seattle, a 737 MAX 9. Next arrival should be followed by, actually I think our next arrival is FedEx Feeder coming from Bakersfield, another Cessna Super Cargo Master. Also have a Mara flight coming from Lancaster, California, Beach 79 airliner, just 21 minutes away. MD-11 over there, no movement on EPS. Mina P with a $25 super chat through PayPal. Thanks so much, Mina. Says amazing stream, sound is amazing. PS, I totally thought you were in Canada until about 10 minutes ago when I learned there is also an Ontario in California. Laugh out loud. Oh yes. ONT, Ontario, California. Thank you, Mina. Awesome support. Ray with the $7.57 super chat through PayPal. Thank you so much, Ray. Says thanks for the awesome stream, Kevin. Have to like the caravans, the props also. Thank you. Yeah, we get all kinds of aircraft here. Heavies, props, E-jets, of course. And Flyer KG with the $10 super chat says, this is crazy, this is crazy, this is crazy. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Flyer KG.
Tag Valley 7662, turn right Lima, left November, contact ground point 9.
Next arrival is Alaska Airlines Flight 1086, coming in from Seattle, Washington at 737 at max 9. We have 2 Southwest flights should be backing up here shortly. Southwest Airlines Flight 2143 heading to Sacramento at 737-700. Also Southwest Airlines Flight 3644 heading to Oakland at 737-800. Still waiting on that Frontier flight heading to Denver, A320. The original scheduled time for departure was 5:21. My favorite aircrafts of all time, the 727, sitting there across on the south side of the field. I'm gonna have to come back and get a grand tour of the 727 one day. All right, well, so we get back out to the east, the Alaska 737. Up next for arrival.
Contact ground point.
Yeah, the tire screeching. You know you're close when you can hear the tire screech. At least 2 or 3 more takeoffs coming up here on runway 26 right. Another FedEx feeder coming up from San Luis Obispo. Another Cessna Super Cargo Master, 35 years of age, 10 minutes out. Southwest Airlines Flight 1255 coming up from Nashville, Tennessee is 737 MAX 8, just 16 minutes out. Should be followed by American Airlines Flight 3006 coming in from Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, and an A321. Also Southwest Airlines, the Amua 1 delivery, Flight 3314 coming in from Vegas at a 737 MAX 8, just 16 minutes out.
Third line, runway 26 right, Tag Valley 7688.
Kind of funny, last time we were here, Amua 1 was coming and going from Vegas. Here we are, back again, Amua 1. I don't even think we've seen Amua 1 at LAX. No LAX, no SFO. If you want to see Amua 1, we just come here to Ontario. Also had the Mara Flight 1901 coming from Lancaster, a Beech 7C99 airliner, just 16 minutes away. Also one coming in from Imperial Imperial, Ameriflight Flight 1935, another Beech C-99 airliner. Those are feeder aircraft for UPS, by the way. Of course, we're seeing the FedEx feeders. The Ameriflights feed into UPS, if you're wondering. If you watch runway DFW, they're at DFW. Walt shows many of those Ameriflight old passenger planes, now cargo planes, coming and going from the UPS cargo area there near Founders Plaza. Darren says a famous former Dodger player landed today on Starlux. It was posted in their story on Instagram. Who was that, Darren? We got a Southwest flight now pushing back. We'll be heading over here to runway 26 right. Pushed back, I should say, heading to Oakland. The 737-700, the current one, they're pushing back, heading to Sacramento. Turn and burn. I'm feeling it. I'm seeing it. Aviation Alpha 26 right.
Dagger 3644, turn there, sit down, flight today.
Yeah, we're fine. 3644. Ontario Tower, Southwest,
1255, Ontario Tower, 124.015, runway 26 right, base one.
Turn and burn.
Sorry, say again?
And this flight heading to Sacramento, California, flight 2143. It's an 8-year-old 737 at 700. Next arrival is Southwest Airlines flight 1255 coming from Nashville, Tennessee.
They're just, yeah, we had like a YouTube broadcast over for the new arrival.
Craig and Russell says it's amazing how small an airport like Ontario can bring so many flights coming in and out. It is a really large airport, Craig.
Takeoff.
Let's turn it and let's burn it. Now heading down 26 right.
American 3006, 2 miles from Taco.
American 3006, Ontario Tower, 1230 at 16, runway 26 right, clear to land.
Runway 26 right, clear to land, American 3006.
That was
What is that waypoint? Did he say Taco?
Good day,
Is that waypoint called Taco? Next arrival coming in from Nashville, Tennessee, Southwest Airlines flight 1255. I think they said Taco. I wouldn't be surprised, you know, overnight hours we have Ewok at LAX. You know, those furry little creatures in Empire Strikes Back. Ewoks. All right, up next is the Southwest flight.
Southwest 3314, Ontario Tower, 124.016, runway 26 right, clear to land. Flight 1901, Ontario Tower, 124.016, runway 26 left, clear to land. Southwest 1255, turn right, Lima, right, November, contact.
Again, that was the flight coming in from Nashville, Tennessee. Up next, American Airlines Flight 3006, coming in from Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, an A321. Be followed by Southwest Airlines in the AMUA 1 livery, Flight 3314, coming in from Vegas, 737 MAX 8. That will be followed by Amerijets, coming in from Lancaster, California, Flight 1901, and at the Beach 7C99 airliner, 44 years of age. We have a lot of arrivals. Going to be heading into the gates, filling up those gates here in Ontario, California. Katie with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Katie. This is I'll be at LAX all next week for a work conference. I hope to stop by and say hi. Loving the stream. Thank you. Well, yes. We'll have our normal schedule next week. Tuesday, Friday, Sunday. Looking forward to meeting you there, Katie. Linda Kavinsky from Chicago. 20 Airline at Videos Live at memberships. Thank you so much, Linda. And up next is that American. Livery coming in from Vegas.
American 3006, turn right, Lima, right, November, contact ground 49. Turn Lima, right, November, ground 49, American 3006.
Looks like we finally got some movement on that Frontier A320. The flight heading to Denver, Martin to Maryland, livery, flight 2908. Finally pushing back.
Flight 1935, Ontario Tower, 23015, 26 left, clear to land.
All right, up next, special livery. I think it's funny to me that we have seen a MUA 1 since the last time we were here in Ontario, coming in from Vegas, 737 MAX 8.
our airside here in Ontario.
Alpha Victory 14, turn right Lima, right November, contact ground point.
Livery, it looked great with that sun hitting the fuselage. All right, up next, we have two Amera flights coming in. First one coming in from Lancaster, followed by the one coming in from Imperial. Both Beach C99 airliners. The first one, 44 years of age, followed by the 43-year-old tongue twister. Should be seeing that Frontier A320 heading over here to 26 right. For UPS, so we'll make that left-hand turn, head into the UPS cargo area here.
Flight 1901, turn left on Sierra, contact ground point.
Next, Amera flight 1935, coming from Imperial. It's a Beach C99 airliner, 43 years of age. MUA 1 now heading over to the terminal.
November 6383 Delta, Ontario South, Ontario, number 29903. Identity. Delta radar contact 4 miles south, actually southwest of Ontario Airport. Transition to go home back to area through cross midfield at or above 2000. Delta maintain VFR towards 2005.
All right, up next is that another Amera flight. Should be having the Frontier flight heading down here for a takeoff on 26 right. To the east. Both these aircraft arriving on runway 26 left, which are getting closer to the UPS
cargo area here at Ontario. You have that Frontier A320 now on the move, heading over here to 26 right. Frontier flights, a little delayed here today. Seeing Starlux departure here tonight. I think it's about 11:30 is the departure time.
Delta maintaining before at or below 3,000. Delta rate are terminated. Velocity far.
Again, this flight heading to Denver, Colorado, flight 2908. It's Marty in the Fairmont. It's an 8-year-old A320. Marty. That is the Starlux A350-900, the inaugural flight happening here today in Ontario, California. They're currently moving it over to the departure date. mention? We mentioned that we're airside. That A320 is right to my left. Right to my left. We love the sounds. We love the visuals. Another great live stream here in Ontario. Short. Marty, what's going on, Marty? It's all right, Marty. Take your time. When you can see that shot, you know you're as close as you can get.
Frontier flight 2908, ready at the end.
Flight 2908 on Airside. Wind 4014 with 26 right.
Grumpy one, that's funny.
26 right, clear for takeoff, Frontier flight.
Marty moves like a sloth. All right, Marty, there you go. Now heading over there to 26 right. Poor Marty.
Great contact.
Departure, good day, Frontier 2908.
Bye, Marty. Good to see you, Marty. Have a good trip to Denver. All right, I was just mentioning this is the A350-900, brand new to Ontario. Starlux Flight 10 arriving here earlier. A little party there in the terminal. Now they're moving the A350-900 over to what will be the departing gate later in the evening. And I believe that that gate is going to be really close to us here. I think they're moving it over to gate, is it 41? 2. We're getting prepared over here. So we'll get an up-close view of the Starlux A350. Yeah, Dale Helton reminded me, I forgot to talk about this last time we were here. Ontario will let you get a day pass to the concourse without a plane ticket, just like the days before 9/11, as Dale says. Yes, one of the few airports that allows you to do that. So if you can get a pass, you can go hang out past TSA. How cool is that? Says, hope that Frontier can land when he gets to Denver. We were supposed to get weather. Uh-oh. Maybe that was the delay. And I've been saying it all throughout the course of the stream. It's a big day for everyone here at Ontario as Starlux bringing in this A350 for the first time here today. Now makes 2 flights coming in from Taipei. Also have China Airlines, which we also saw in their 777-300ER. Starlux will start service to Phoenix, Arizona in February. Of course, Starlux added a second daily flight, an afternoon flight to LAX. Beautiful livery, and what I hear, awesome airline. I don't know how that sounds like the party went well in the terminal. Hopefully they saved me a cookie. United Flight 552 heading to SFO. It's an A320. That is the aircraft that you hear heading over here to runway 26 right.
Okay, do you want us to go ahead and hold short of 26 right, or you want us to just stop short of November or something while we're waiting on wait?
Okay, 5 minutes. You can hold short of on the
Okay, we'll hold short of 26 right. United 552.
All right, this flight is going to hold short of 26 right.
I just wanted to confirm you heard we do not have our wings yet.
No, I do understand that. I'm just letting you know in about 3 minutes I'll try and get a release for you, so hopefully you get it by then.
Oh, okay, cool. Thanks. I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. Appreciate it.
Aircraft 25 years of age, delivered in September of 1999. Also, American Airlines Flight 3006 will be heading to back to Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas, as well as an American flight heading back to Phoenix. To bring the Starlux A350 closer to our cameras over here. Looking that glow from the sun. Beautiful A350, which you can now take to Taipei. Why are they towing us so slow? Well, what's the hurry? A little photo op for us here at AVL.
Yeah, 552. I do have your release now. Just let me know when you're ready to go.
Yeah, 552 is ready to go.
Yeah, 552. Wind 240 at 15. Right, so for takeoff.
Straight clear for takeoff. 552.
I think they're going to bring it all the way here to the end. Showing it off for sure, and we don't mind one bit. Thank you, Ontario. Got the United flight heading to SFO, now taking off, runway 26 right. Little turn and burn action. We do have a FedEx, I'm sorry, UPS MD-11 now pushing back. Wow, look how beautiful this shot is. In case you're just tuning in, this is the reason why we're here today. Starlux making it the inaugural flights into Ontario, California. we'll head back to Taipei in the 11 o'clock hour. We do have a UPS MD-11 heading to Louisville, Kentucky, flight 915. Also UPS flight 9320. It's a 757-200 freighter heading to Santa Ana, California. Also popping up. Also United Airlines flight 368 heading to Denver on an A320 and a Delta E-Jet heading to Seattle. SkyWest flight 4031 also lighting up. Also FedEx flight 1648 heading to Indianapolis, Indiana, 767-300 freighter. Also FedEx flight 1355 heading to Memphis on a 767-300 freighter. I think we have what is being created as the grand finale of today's live stream, setting up It is just after 7 p.m. local time. I'm your Plane Jockey Kevin outside of the airfield here at Ontario Airport here in Ontario, California. Thanks you guys for tuning in. It's been an awesome show and things are about to get really busy. So sit back, relax. I got you covered for just a short time longer. Thanks you guys for tuning in here today. Make sure you hit that like button if you haven't yet. Darren back with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much. Darren says, I don't know that Dodgers player's name, but he was posted on Ontario's Instagram story. It was interesting to see. We'll have to check that out. Thank you, Darren. Richard Smith with a $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Richard. So glad to see you at Ontario. Good to be here. Thank you, Richard, for tuning in. Thanks for your support. Dustin Jackson with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Dustin. Says, love the close-up action. Thank you. My pleasure. Of course, we can't do this without the fine folks here at Ontario Airport. Reed at 172 with an awesome $20 super chat. Thanks so much, Reed. This is Kevin. This Airside show has every av geek going in me screaming. This is just awesome. Brings me back to my younger days. Airside with my uncle. My start in aviation. Thank you. Well, my pleasure. Glad you guys are enjoying it. Arya with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Arya. So Starlux should pay you for featuring their aircraft on your stream. I love that shot. That was amazing. Thanks to the folks here at Ontario. I don't know if they meant to do that, but it worked perfectly. If you guys are watching, thank you. That was perfect. Perfect. Slambo with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Slambo. So stunning. Thank you, Slambo. All right, things are going to start getting really loud. MD-11 at 757 with UPS. Also two 767s with FedEx.
50 heavy out there, ground 240 at 14, runway 26 left, clear for takeoff. 26 left, clear for takeoff, EPS 950.
All right, already cleared for takeoff, 26 left. Flight heading to Louisville, Kentucky at this MD-11.
Just departed about a minute ago, southbound. We do have that, FedEx 2767s. We do have that UPS 757 now pushed back. This flight will be heading to, this flight will be heading to Santa Ana, California. Not too long of a flight. We do have United Airlines flight 368, the A320 heading to Denver, now heading over here to 26 right. Lars flight 1862 coming up from Guadalajara. It's an A321neo, just 10 minutes out. Another Frontier flight coming up from Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. Clark and Chloral. The Red Sharks livery. It's an A321neo, just 16 minutes away. Whisper 91. The super chat. Thanks so much, Whisper 91. Says, Kevin, I love how you narrate what we're seeing, but with the special moments like this one, you stop talking at the right moments. A lot of other people would be yelling at what they were seeing. Great job. It's funny. It's funny you say that because thank you. I have to teach anybody that I bring on, including Charlie. I had to teach Rudy. Now I have to teach Allison. Allison, are you listening? We can't talk over the loud sounds, the takeoffs, the taxi shots, whatever it may be. Charlie's heard it from me. Rudy's heard it from me. I guess all I can hear are the people screaming at their TV. Well, yeah, just be quiet. I'm enjoying the loud sounds. JR with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, JR. Says, for the Ontario airport tax. What's that? All right, we've got that 757 that should be starting to taxi. We do have that United A320 headed over here to 26 right. Rudy says he was schooled by a viewer. Oh. Allison did a great job there in New York.
757. That Volaris heading to 26 right. This American flight heading, I believe, back to Phoenix. Over to the UPS 757 heading to Santa Ana. Still waiting to take off on the 2526 left. All right, cleared for takeoff, 26 left.
Boost on Airside, say again. Delta under Delta Delta 904, front 0216. Right to Delta radar contact 10 miles north on their airport. Transition approved. You can expect to cross mid-field over the control tower at 2005.
That was the 757 we were listening to.
One lower tango to that right. Is 9220. Close that apart.
Got that Volaris flight coming in from Guadalajara. Allowed A321.
Tower, hello, Flight Flight 1405, Airline. Right. Flight 1405 on Tower, when you start that 14, right to the left. 26 right, clear to land, Flight 1405. There's 771 Bravo Tango. Traffic for final power runway, Airbus, with 2014, runway 6 left. I want to leave on Airside right.
Dallas Frontier coming up from Dallas Fort Worth, Texas. A321 in Neo, flight 1405.
Turn right on Lima right on Lima, left on the rubber ground.
Again, this flight heading to Phoenix, American Airlines flight 1666. It's a 16-year-old A321.
We're about by 1 to Lima, contact ground point 902. Tango, contact Oakland approach. I can be at or below 2,500. Several 1 Bravo Tango, contact Oakland approach. Who just called the on Cherry Tower? 6382 Delta. I just want to confirm I can be at or below 2,500. Right, you're going to cross at 2,500.
Alright, and back to the east. A few more aircraft heading over here to 26 right. This is the Frontier flight coming in from Dallas Fort Worth, Texas.
By the 1666, Chinese flight frequency 125.5. We'll go 125, we're still holding for.
Heading back to Seattle on the 737 MAX 9, a little turn and burn. 26 right.
Area Tower, Cessna 6382 Delta, we have a Chino in sight. Right, 2 Delta, roger. Radar 77, we're going to contact Chino Tower, have a good day. Contacting Chino Tower, 82 Delta, have a good day. Class of 1399, contact Hillcrest Park, have a good day. Hotel, good, station there.
They just move over the China Airlines 777-300ER over to the departure gate. It's a little farther to the west than the Starlux.
At Whiskey Cross on the 26 left, hold short of level 25.
Right, well, okay, we do have movement now on the FedEx 767-300 freighter. The one heading to Indianapolis, Indiana, flight 1648, now heading over here. There was one that was heading to Memphis as well. We should also be seeing the Southwest Airlines and Newell 1 livery now pushing back, heading back to Vegas. That 737 at MAX 8. Will she finally get to Vegas? I feel like we did this before. A Cessna, take it off. 26 right. Cessna 512.
One contact, look at the parking lot. Hotel departure.
Darren, back with 100% super chat. Thank you so much, Darren. More departures, and then we're going to wrap things up here. I think it's been an awesome day of live plane spotting action here at Ontario. Coming up at 4 hours. Boy, that went quick. we do have that FedEx 767 heading to Indianapolis, Indiana, now headed over to 26 right. We are Airside is just to my left, to your right. And we got a Moore 1 headed over here as well as we start to wrap things up here. Delta A321 coming in from Atlanta.
Sorry, so got a bunch of that.
We did it. We finally got a MUA. A MUA finally taken off here in Ontario.
Southwest 367, there is a miles of trail for all southbound.
For inviting us back out here for a very special day for you guys with Starlux inaugural flight. That aircraft is sitting over here to my left. We'll be heading back to Taipei later this evening. Congratulations, Ontario. Now 2 flights from Taipei, including the China Airlines. All right, lots of action, lots of cargo here. It's been a great day as we will wrap things up on the Southwest flight, but we do have a UPS 757 probably going to land before this 737 takes off, and then we'll wrap it up here. Thanks you guys so much. David Fisher with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, David. This is a great show today, Kevin. Thanks to Ontario for giving you awesome access. Absolutely. Something they don't have to do. That is for sure. But I think it's great exposure for the airport. You know, we cover LAX 3 to 4 times a week. It's good to know that we have a worldwide audience and that there are other options here in Southern California. One more. A UPS 767 and a FedEx 757 heading to 26 right. The UPS flight 833 coming up from Boise, a 757-200 freighter. Next arrival. This flight heading to Louisville, Kentucky, flight 919, a 767-300ER. And then we will wrap things up here. Quality mobile video with the $2 super chat. Good to see Quality Mobile Videos. It's an awesome show. Honolulu, Honolulu, Honolulu. Oh close enough, right?
UVS 833 on Stereo Tower, 124.015, runway 26 left, cleared center. UVS 833, clear land, 26 left.
Again, our next live broadcast is back at LAX Wednesday, noon Pacific. Start time will be at the parking garage there overlooking the north runways. 12 p.m. Pacific. Wednesday is our next live broadcast. No Tuesday broadcast. Of course, if you want your LAX action, we do have 24/7 live broadcasts from high atop the H Hotel. You can check out on our YouTube channel. Then we'll be back high atop the H Hotel. Rudy will be back. He's officially done with school for the year. Little Nighthawk action from high atop the H Hotel. And then we'll be back for the big Sunday show starting at 10 a.m. Pacific on Sunday. So lots of live streaming ahead this week. Of course, this was a little special treat for you guys to cure your Monday blues. UPS 757 up next for arrival. Then we should have that UPS 767 taken off.
information to Imperial Tinder 2995. Heavy contact, take out a bunch of that. 919 is the line.
Coming in from Boise, making his way over to the cargo area here in Ontario. Waiting on this flight heading to Chicago, then we're going to call it at night. I know I said that a few minutes ago. We also have a FedEx 767-300 freighter heading to Memphis, flight 13 at 55, also heading over here to 26 right. Maybe we'll end with that one. I don't want to go. We gotta go.
CBS 927 Heavy on Stereo Tower, departure between 5,000 and 2314 and 126 takeoff. Okay, 5,000 on departure
Alright, we'll end with this. Double 767 freighters, one heading to 2 right, one heading to 2 left.
FedEx 1555 heavy on stage down.
Followed by Southwest Airlines Flight 1582 coming up from Oakland. And then this FedEx 767-300 freighter should be able to take off. And then we will be ending the show. We can't thank the fine folks here at Ontario Airport
enough. Remember, we have to be chaperoned out here to be airside. So
oh, Dallas 5821 on 9 mile final for the right.
While we're sitting here live streaming, remember, someone's having to be with us.
Right, middle end,
so.
contact SoCal, Plane Jockey Kevin. SoCal, good night, 1365.
Is going to do it. Another look at Starlux sitting there at the gates of Terminal 4 here at Ontario. A big day for Ontario as they welcome Starlux, the A350-900 here to Southern California. Big day for the airport. Glad we're here to document all the action. This plane will be heading back to Taipei in the 11 o'clock hour. Of course, that's way past our bedtime, your bedtime, and everyone else's bedtime. What a great show. Thank you so much for tuning in here today. Thank you guys for your awesome support. Oh, reminds me, there was a few last super chats. Let me get to those before we head on out of here. It's so quiet now. Darren back with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Darren. Says thank you to Ontario for making this happen. So many highlights today like Starlux, MD-11, UPS 747, and so much more. It was a great show. About 4.5 hours here today. TS. Say $2 super chat. Thanks so much, TS. And Baldman building an airplane with a $2 super chat. Says what? Someone say something. I didn't even hear you. Bloomtown with a $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Bloomtown. Says come back to Ontario soon. If they'll have us. If they'll have us. Airside access, not easy to get. So thanks to Ontario for inviting us out here once again in the last few weeks. A lot of fun. Awesome views, awesome sounds. Glad you guys all enjoyed it. Thanks again to the fine folks here at Ontario Airport. Choose Ontario. Yes, as you can see, lots to choose from here at the airport. We'll come out here again fairly soon. Today was a big day for Starlux, so glad you guys could tune in. We will be live once again at LAX on Wednesday at the parking garage starting at 12 p.m. Pacific, and then we'll be back high atop the H Hotel on Friday for some Nighthawk action, and Plane Jockey Rudy will be joining me. Here, I thought there was some music playing. Thanks, you guys. We'll see you soon. Thank you so much. We'll see you guys back
Yeah, 220 on Cruise Tower.
at LAX on Wednesday. From all of us here at Airline and Videos Live.
The helicopter at 1,000.
Good night, everyone.
They have you in sight. Wind 230 and 14. Runway 26 left. Clear. Takeoff. Takeoff.